Good morning. Welcome to Tuesday, January 20th, 2026. It's 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. And this is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. Stream every day, starting at 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time through 1500 every trading day. So, the Martin Luther King holiday came and went yesterday. I've scrubbed that data from my IRT charting. And just a couple of words here. This is my virtual trading journal. So it is essentially replacing the typical written journal that or online journal that I believe is important to do with trading. So everything that I'm seeing on my screens is captured in the video, and the way that I get my thinking at the moment into the recording or onto the stream is through my voiceover here. So the majority of the time I'm talking to myself, essentially, just to, and I believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you articulate. So I think that it's important to do this, and it solves me. I don't multitask well, so I don't have to be doing screen snapping and typing and all those things while I'm focused on the market. I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, and that's not the point of the stream. But the point, as I said, is my virtual trading journal. I do trade live. I trade a live funded account on AMP via Bookmap, and I also use Investor RT for charting. So I stream 1440p, so if it's not, high def on your end, then with YouTube, then click the gear thing and the gear icon and select that 1440p resolution. I do this because, as I said, I don't multitask well, and I believe it's really important to stay focused on trading, and that's what I'm trying to do here. So I trade live, completely transparently, and fully accountable. That's why the stream is so long. I have to trade. It's essentially 7 hours every day, because I will take no trades off the stream. So if an opportunity presented itself, I can't take it because the stream is down, if the stream were down. So that was an issue that I ran into early on, and that's why the streams are 7 hours long. Oh, there you go. Let's get on with the news, which is essentially 2 times nothing over here. There was the news out. ADP employment change weekly was out at 7:15. That's the only report for the day. We are in earnings season now. So this is the earnings calendar for the week. Most all of the reporting has been done pre-market. The sun icon indicates pre-market, and the moon is after the close. This is for the week. And this is investing.com, which is my usual go-to news source for a couple of reasons. I don't like the new format they've come up with as far as layout here, but this section is pretty much unchanged, except it's a lot bigger now for some reason. They only highlight and report on economic calendar items, no non-typical, non-standard events and things. One of the great parts is if you notice how the title of any event turns into a link, you click on that and it takes you to an in-depth description and data about that particular event. You can filter this for whatever you want, wherever you are, reports that you want, countries, etc. And again, there's earnings. Now, it's free. That's why you see all these ads floating around here. But my intention here is to have all the resources that I use on the stream be available to everybody if possible. This is the second source I use, which is called Financial Juice. Also free. Also filterable to wherever you are. The difference here is there's a certain docket or calendar feature over here on the left. The right side is more of a squawk box, feel to it. And one of the things that Financial Juice does, which I appreciate, you notice there's all of this stuff, all of these events which have been added in here. These weren't here an hour ago. As Financial Juice learns about these various non-economic related, but potentially market disruptions, they add them into the to this docket. So that's pretty handy to know about, because obviously our goal or our prime directive as a trader is to maintain your account, protect your account. The only way you can do that is to manage your risk. So if there's some unstandard or non-standard, unidentified potential critical risk that could happen to the auction, then it's good to know about that. So there we are. The pre-market, what to say? If you've been, unless you've been living under a rock, we had a 80-point drop in yesterday's trade from Friday, and we're trading lower. So it's pretty obvious that all inventory is short, and we're going to be opening in a substantial gap down opening type. Now, this is, as I said, Investor RT, which is a charting software I use. These are the minis, or the micros, I'm sorry. Micro ES, Micro NQ. This is the Micro ES Micro Composite high time frame chart, and this is market profile. Notice the overnight high, unbelievably high volume, 200 or 300%, and sneaking up on the circuit breakers. So this foolishness that's going on back in DC and around us not being met well from the markets. Just let me point out to you here that there's a 260% volume for this time of day, and this is a look back over 20 days. So, that's a lot. Okay, this is, as I said, Investor RT. Starting with the higher time frame chart here, which is my micro composite, I call it. First of all, it is the day session only. And let me point out at this moment that on any of the IRT charting that I have up here, you can look at the header and you know exactly what the instrument, the type of chart, the time frame, and or periodicity, and the session is. And that's on any of these charts. So this high time frame micro composite chart is an RTH session only of the MES H6 contract, 1 day or daily bars. In other words, each one of these candlesticks represents a day. And this, the way I do this, and it may be simple, but hey, keep it simple, stupid, right? The KISS principle. Each day is represented by a candle, and wherever price overlaps, I pull the volume profile around them. in so doing, I get a micro composite VPOC, high and low volume volume nodes, which is hard to see over here on this current one. And we're trading clear down here at 68.70. This little white node is where we're trading right now. That's where we close on Friday. So the high and low volume nodes here push automatically to Bookmap, as do the session prices. And then this is the market profile, of course, which everybody knows. This is the micro NQ, which is a comparative, just for comparison. And I also track and push the minis here, mini NQ, ES, mini NQ, and the mini micro composite chart. The ES, or the market profile, I just leave on the minis on both setups because it doesn't matter much, and I don't use that chart for trading, only for reference. You see that this is the same. It's the ES H6, okay? All right. So we've pushed the session prices to Bookmap, and I pushed the high and low volume nodes to Bookmap. The other things I enter manually, like the micro composite VPOC up here, 69.84. So let's zoom over here to Bookmap now and see what we have. Well, this is Blue Boy, who is a real, top secret indicator. It's called a vertical line. I put it on the opening print of each session, and that is nothing but a visual clue for me. When I glance left, if I see this line, I know that I have the entire session in view on the heat map. So this is the dome, or the price ladder, or the order book, or whatever name you want to call it. Resting liquidity at price, period. Here we have the micro composite column where I've entered these various levels manually. And this is the high and low volume node, which aren't over here yet because of the time and then where we're trading. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700. And this is the previous RTH volume profile. Now, Bookmap doesn't have a way to scrub holiday data. So this is reflecting basically the data from yesterday, or yesterday's partial day and the overnights. Kind of a pain in the butt, but it goes away tomorrow, so who cares? This is my high time frame, my statistics column, which is real important, and we'll get through that in a minute. And these are the session prices that have been pushed from Bookmap to Bookmap from IRT. If you notice, there's no indicator on my Bookmap or my charting, IRT. There's only a few simple lines. I base everything I do, or try to, off of price data and probabilities. So there's a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow here. There's a POC for the RTH session, which is a brighter yellow. Now, POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in the full overnight session, we've traded 4,713 contracts. The minute one of these levels is 4,714, this yellow line is going to move there. That's it. The yellow line continues to plot just to give a reference to where price has been. At one point, we were at 1250. At another point, we were down here at 6,900. And now we're down here. And then we were at 68.81. And now we're down here at 68.69. You see what I mean? It's just, this just marks where we've been. There's also a volume weighted average price for Globex and for the RTH. And there's a mid price. And then the rest of it is pretty straightforward. There is, which you can't see here because of the great difference in the big gap down, is what's referred to as the initial balance. And it's plotted like this in green, these green lines. That would be the same. I'd keep the color coordinated or, as close as I can on both Bookmap and IRT. These IB low and IB high are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So that's all there is to worry about there. There's, we can probably look up here and see them actually. You can't see them buried in here because it's so far away, but let's get back to reality. So statistics, the first thing I do with statistics is determine the open type. Well, as I said before, we're 80 points gap down. So the statistics, the way to determine the statistic or the statistical open type for the day is really simple, and there's only two criteria. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, that's way above us. And how would it compare to the previous RTH range? Also, the RTH low is way above us. Let's see if we can actually see that. Right there is where it was. So that's how you do. And then the first thing I do is change the open type, the title of the column. So this is going to be lower out of range, big time. That gives, the reason I change the title column every day is so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, that instantly gives me a lot of data as to what happened overnight. I know we're gap down. Then I clear the statistics. You see they're here from Friday. Doesn't mean anything anymore by a long shot. So I'm going to clear all the notes, and then we're going to do the statistics for today. So how do we do that? Okay, also simple. Now I'm going to do something here quickly just to make sure. This is kind of not typical for what I do in the stream, but I'm going to redo the data. Got everything going okay here. I'm going to download the data. I typically restart IRT, except it's been such a goofy weekend with this holiday and all these things and scrubbing and whatnot. I'm going to have to probably scrub this column again. I'll show you that. I'll be right back. See how it picked up yesterday's RTH session here? So what I'm going to do now is scrub the data, holidays, and that goes away. And then we're going to save it. That's particularly a problem with the non-time-based charting in IRT. It's not a problem. Everybody knows about it. It's a function or a part of the way it works. Okay. Now I'm going to do something here pretty quick. I'll get back to the statistics in a second. I have to do something else here. I have to do the something I do every day, which is a TLab snap. This is where we're going to pull the statistics. And this is the TLab snap, which I do every day at 8:20. Let's see if we got it. Okay, we did. So I'll pop you back over to Bookmap there so you don't watch me stumble and fumble about here. Okay. And okay, so the TLab snap is what? Well, it is the TLab itself is a Bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And he continues to lead it, or whatever you call that, in Discord. He's a professional trader, been at this for 46 years plus. Never provides any, evidence about that, but I believe him. I got to be honest. He also doesn't trade live, nor does he ever call trades. And they discourage people in the Discord, in the TLab, from doing that, or at least they used to. And I was a pretty active participant in there for a long time until I started the stream, which was based on a suggestion from Tom that it's really important to focus on and narrate the market. Much more important than, being clever in somebody else's Discord room, in my opinion. So that's what I've done here. And every day, however, as a tip my hat to Tom and the TLab, and there's a good crew of people in there too, by the way. Also, I do this snap every morning at 8:20, and every morning around 5 to 6 in there somewhere, I post the reports and things coming up for the day. So that's the story on the TLab. Now let's look at the statistics, which is more current and more to the point here. The statistics, coincidentally, come from, I have them in this chart. You see TLab right there, huh? Where'd it go? TLab there. This statistics study is from my IRT, obviously, and as I said, there's only 4 statistical open types: higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. Today we are very definitely going to be lower out of range. So the statistics study looks back at the most recent 1,658 trading days. Of those days, we opened lower out of range 244 of them. Of the days where we opened lower out of range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 74.6%. Overnight volume point of control 74.6. Boom. What happened here? What's going on here? Oh, I see. Accidentally hit the number pad button. There we go. Now I've got to get this squared around here. So that's all there is to it. That's how you do the statistics, or how they're applied from the study to Bookmap. And the reason I put this here is because I want to have all of the data I find important, or I feel is important for me to trade, right here on the hard right edge. I don't ever want to be a rearview mirror guy, you know. I don't want to be, I want to be here and now at the moment on the hard right edge talking about the market live and as we're trading it, not looking back and doing all that typical guru stuff. And I will say that's what Tom does. He does chat throughout the day, live market, but when he does a little stream every day of an hour and a half or so, I believe it is, he starts before the pre-market and, you know, narrates along. So it's not ever a real hands-on narration live stream of the current market, which is, what, you know, it's neither here nor there. It's what it is. Next thing we have over here is the overnight low at 70.9. Overnight low. And remember, these are just probabilities. This is the probability based on the number of occurrences looking at a 1,658 trading day data set. So, you know, what's next? IB high. Well, that's so far off the map, I'm not going to look for that now. Overnight mid is 68. And all I'm doing here is just going down the list. Previous low is so far above 66.4. Let's see if we can even find that. Where's the overnight high? That's one we want to look for. That's 32%. Now this is kind of bizarre. And I'll point out why. Okay, the overnight high has a statistical probability of being revisited by price of 32%, right? The previous low is 60.4%, 66.4%. Well, let's look at something here. The previous low, which isn't coming across properly, is right up here. Oop. Okay, ask yourself, how in the world could we get to here and not get through here? Well, obviously we can't. Remember, these are statistics, probabilities, that's all. Now, this is a holiday and I hate them. The data's all screwed up until tomorrow, so there you go. One other thing that's worth explaining at this point here is, here's what I was just talking about. The gaps. I define a gap. For me, a gap is previous RTH close, higher, I mean, not close, but range, high or low. And where we open today, which will be down here if price continues to stick down here in a minute and a half. Wherever that open is, that'll be the gap low of today, and the gap high of the 17th, which was Friday, is up there. Okay, so this is kind of a crappy day. Whenever the data, and we're coming off a big holiday like this, the data is goofy, and it is what it is. What are you going to do? And we've got, need I say, we've got some real crazy geopolitical risk afoot. That's an understatement for it. You know, with all this noise and people talking and Davos is happening and Trump's going to declare war on everybody. And I mean, he's doing some radical things. He wants to start this peace board or whatever he calls it. And in order to have a seat there, the country needs to pay $1 million to him, to the board, which he's in control of. $1 billion per seat. Macron of France said, I'm not interested in joining the board. And so Trump's reaction was, if you don't join the board, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on French wine. I don't think that's good diplomacy myself. And then there's, everywhere you look, we've got some fire burning. We've got the story with Fed Powell and the Fed and Venezuela, which nothing's happening about. And, it's just crazy. So there we've opened. And this didn't reset, which is pretty normal. There we go. Okay, that worked. That's not bad. Now, in a few minutes here, the IB high and the IB low will be down here where they belong, above these two. Because the definition of them, remember, is just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more complicated than that. Nothing. And so I've set these now to RTH session only. You see where we closed, you see where we've opened, and here's where we are down here. And there's Friday. So, yeah, it's all breaking their way, man. I don't know. It's a pretty goofy, pretty crazy world we got going on here. And Jesus, get down there. Okay, let's see if we get off to a good start here now. There's so let's save that. I'm assuming we can save it. Remember, there's huge volume going on right now, and we're approaching 2%. Circuit breakers is 7%, by the way. If you don't know what they are, you better get that figured out pretty quick in this environment. Okay, what's going to happen now? This is the ES and the MNQ, the minis, not the micros. And here we are, and there we are. Did I do this over here yet? I don't think I did I? Boom. Nope. Now we're going to have to get way... Oh, there we are. Way down here. There's the trade at this point. So, okay. I think I'm okay here. Get back to get back to business, back to awake. I hate holidays, to be honest with you. Screws up my data, screws up my my mind cadence. I do try to take advantage of them, backtesting and think, working on systems, but yeah, it's just a big disruption to the market that doesn't really have any upside that I can see. What have we done? What are we doing? Who's on third? Hey, Antonio. Buen dia to the band. Boy, what a talk about Figa Maluka, right? Jesus Christ. I tell you, every time I think it couldn't get any crazier, it does. It's pretty bizarre. Now, one of the things I'm going to do, which I do every day, is put my top secret indicator on here. Vertical line on the opening print. As I mentioned in the pre-market, that is just a visual cue for me. When I glance left, like for example now, I know that this is the full ETH session because I see Blue Boy from the opening print last night. And the same will happen over here. Yeah, it's if it weren't so serious and so disappointing, it'd be funny, I mean, but it's past funny as far as I'm concerned. This new peace board thing, I'm sure you've heard about that. Well, that's the newest thing they've cooked up. Of course, Trump's going to be the head of it, and Kirshner and whoever else is going to be, permanent board members or something. And in order to participate, you have to pay them $1 billion. Each country needs to pay $1 billion. Well, as you can imagine, a lot of countries maybe don't think that's a great idea. Macron, for example, said, well, I don't plan to join that board. And so the immediate reaction by Donald Trump was, well, we're going to charge 200% tariff on French wine until you join the board. I'm pretty sure in anybody's dictionary, that's blackmail. Coercion, graft, same thing that's happening with Greenland, all of this stuff. It's just, I don't know when it's going to stop. It's really crazy. I mean, it's certainly not legal in any kind of an international understanding that I know of. But it is crazy. So here we go. We're open. We're off to the races. We're on about an 80 handle dump. And here is the gap low. How low can you go? Here's the gap low on the 20th. That's how I do it. Now, here we go. There's the gap high. As I recorded it over the weekend. So what are we? 60, 69, 60, and the gap low is, well, it's just 90 points. 90 handles on the micro. We are in gap rules, of course, but I'd say we've got two choices of closing this one today, and that'd be slim and none, unless some miraculous. Now, be on alert, Antonio, and anybody else in the stream recording. Once again, we're being teased with the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. This has been in here now since early this morning. I was up around 4:30 or 5. This has been in the docket. Tentative, of course, as was last Wednesday and then last Friday, and now they're putting it over here. So who knows? And they've picked up 2 or 3 more things here in Financial Juice. What's Her Bucket is going to have a news conference, and Trump's going to be speaking at 1400 from wherever the hell he is. I don't know where he is, to be honest with you. Or I would suppose Davos, but I don't know. Anyway, this is a biggie. If this drops one way or another, now Polymarket, somebody was doing on static. Polymarket has got a bet out for that's a 23% probability that that Trump would win this. There's in other words 77% probability that the court will rule against the tariffs. I don't Polymarket. I'm not even sure what that is, but I guess it's this new thing where they put odds on different events, I guess. So there's that. So now you know where we are. Here's what I was talking about. Sorry, my screen switching fingers are sleepy here still. One thing that's going to be interesting here, which always happens, of course, is that all this Davos news is going to be coming out while Antonio's awake over there in European time, Switzerland, right? So there's going to be about a 5 or 6 hour lead time on that, be punching into the overnight stuff usually. So I'll be honest with you, I don't know what to think. I'm going to do a lot of watching, that's pretty for sure. I'd say this is pretty, to say that there's a lot of unknown, unidentified political risk afoot is probably one of the big understatements of the century. And boy, it's been coming fast and furious all weekend, too. It's like, whoa. I don't know where the hell I saw that thing about. Somewhere I saw a news thing. I don't know where I was. Anyway. I think the best thing for a trader to do in this environment is to keep a close eye on the bond market. That is really the important one. And I'm not so sure that these guys have understood that. All right, so I'm on the RTH session only. Yeah, that's good. What have I got going on over here? Yeah, that's all right. I would say that gap rules are probably pretty far-fetched idea today. The gap rules being, for the sake of the recording, that the if we open in a gap and if the gap closes relatively early in the session, big keyword relatively early, and if price is accepted within the previous range or more, even better value, then high probability we trade across the previous range or value. If we do not do any of those things, then what's the obvious? Yeah, I mean, it's like, duh, okay. The obvious opposite side of that coin is if we don't do any of those things, it's a high probability we'll trade in the direction of the gap. So it's important to notice that we, even with this little goofy day we got going on here, this is 20 handle, huh? We got a 20 handle range so far in the first, 15 or less minutes. That's pretty crazy. I want to get this wound out so I can get some sort of sense of scale here. Okay. Now I've got them one handle wide and Blue Boy's on the job. So let's see what they're able to do with it. They opened at the bottom end there. I would suggest staying real. I'm sure there's people, calling out all kind of great ideas, but from my point of view, this is an extremely high risk market. And even with the trades that I have vetted to this point, or the initial balance trades, even with that, I would be a little spooked. But we'll see what happens as that approaches at 9:30. Mm-hmm. Hmm. There's some news I saw somewhere, but I can't spot it now, so. So, never mind, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big never mind. Caution extreme retail soup this morning. You know, they're going to be, I think there's a kind of a tendency of the markets in a higher time frame to get all of these pent up retail folks who haven't been able to click sufficiently all weekend. And they just, you know, turn on the blender and start making a big pot of retail soup, which is pretty much what they got going now. In my opinion. Know where I spotted that thing about Macron. I have too many news things going on here. The only news source that I've settled down on that seems to be accountable, at least in that they identify where the news sources, which, you know, leaning they have, et cetera, and where those articles were come from is Ground News. I don't know of another one. If anybody does, let me know. I'm so sick of the basically reality TV spin doctors, you know, and the typical news sources over here. It's just a joke. A joke. I guess that kind of fits right in with the rest of the stuff, right? Somebody had a funny saying the other, I don't know, a couple, 3 months ago. If you hire clowns, expect a circus. I guess that's applicable now. Heads up for 9 o'clock, huh? Antonio, anybody? Heads up, 9 o'clock, Fed or whatever it is, perhaps something with the yeah, if they do come out one way or the other, that is going to be that's going to be a rodeo. But we don't have long to wait. Now, and I have no idea how this works. What they have scheduled today to release opinions, in what sequence those opinions would be released, whatever, I have no clue. I don't remember ever having there been such an intense watch on the SCOUS. And it may well be a nothing, a nothing burger like Wednesday and Friday and all that stuff. But we don't have long to wait. That's for sure. And I would suppose the best place to see the reaction to that is right here where we are on the book map. You can bet there's going to be if in fact it comes out, there's going to be a huge reaction either way, I believe. Mm-hmm. 15 seconds. Whoa, baby. 10 seconds. Pins and needle. I don't know what the hell. I don't know what to expect, actually. In my opinion, if the Supreme Court said that they didn't have the authority to apply tariffs, I would assume that the market would take off like a rocket to the upside. I would think. But I'm not sure if that's just my bias and thinking coming in there or if would have any merit, And again, it's absolutely not a sure thing. It's this, there may be something out. So far, there's been nothing out from the looks of the market. And this crap could go on all morning, right? It could go on all day until there's something that says no more out, or whatever you call them, opinions, I guess. Come to think about it. I don't really know. Well, okay. $1,033 stops out at that IB low. Pick those bottoms, boys. Jesus Christ. Pick the top, pick the bottom. Can you imagine? The retail people will never learn. Look at that. What does that tell you? Perfectly balanced profile. They are in the way. Now we got a big doji thing going on down here, whatever you call that. Yeah, I don't think there's any future in so far in this market. It's nothing but just a chop fest. It's a retail soup, man. They got the blender going. What happened last week with these potential Supreme Court decision stories is that after a period of time, and I don't know how long, I just happen to notice them, there would be I think it was Financial Juice, must have been Financial Juice would pick up end of opinions or something like that. some sort of a note that was the end of that. Right now, it's all about some trade person yapping about the state of affairs. Well, if you're trading if you've got a vetted mean reversion trade and you're a brave trader, with a potential time bomb like that supposed Supreme Court story, nice mean reversion, outside in, couple of reversions, and that's around 30 handles, so 20 handles anyway. That's pretty nice. My vetted trades, the initial balance high and low, of course, and so I've got nothing to do except anticipate until 9:30. They are pushing the lows, of course. They push the top. They push the highs up there a little bit. If you look at it's so much. For me, it's better to get a view of the big, the forest. Get away from the trees. So here's a IB high, trailed it up to that balance is at 90, and then now we brought it down here. I've spent many is he talking about here? I've spent a long time standing here thinking, Jesus, is there another market to trade? I mean, there's the DAX and the FTSE and those over there, but you know, anything to get away from this reality TV show. It's pretty. I'm so ingrained here and dug into this, man. I don't know what to do, to be honest with you. I don't see where yours is. I don't see where that is. These kind of holiday days and trading days are an extremely good exercise in recognizing, you know, keeping monkey boy in the backyard, you know, recognizing that, you know, that FOMO and wanting to be right and all those kind of things are really insidious to us as traders. They've kept us alive in the savannah, but definitely bad news in the trading world. You know, people are all pent up. They didn't trade all weekend. It was a holiday. Now this crap, they just can't stop clicking the button. And therefore, the higher time frame is just laughing their ass off all the way to the bank. I guess that's my opinion anyway. I differ from some people in that I don't really buy into this value idea. You know, what's the price of the S&P? Is the value of the S&P correct? I'm pretty sure that during the time frames that we're involved, that I'm involved as a trader, nobody cares. Ask yourself the question, when you put on a trade, are you concerned about where the value of the S&P, or are you concerned about the intraday market movement that is going to make you money or not on that trade. I'm honest about it. I don't know. Sure, looking at the overall period, standing back, yeah, the value of the S&P on the economy and all that stuff, but intraday trading, I can safely say I don't ever think about it. I watch the, and maybe that's my problem. I watch the POCs and the mids and the VWAPs and all that stuff, but I don't really think of it in terms of the value of the S&P. Are they overvalued or undervalued? I don't. And maybe there's a big part of the picture I'm missing. I wish somebody would explain it to me if I am. That'd be most appreciated. The one thing I better do that I haven't done yet, and I'll bet nobody noticed it, but I can't trade on Bookmap because I haven't activated the trade control panel. I haven't selected a method to interact with the market. I did this consciously because I wanted to see what was going on with the SCOUS thing, and that was where I was at. Usually this is all done pre-market. So in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel with this button here and select a method that you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. Chart. Only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column. Dome, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the dome columns, and both are, as you might suspect, both of them. Now, if you have enabled hotkey trading with your keyboard with any of these selections, you can trade with your keyboard. However, the focus of the computer system has to be on the Bookmap application. If I've clicked on something in IRT and I see a trade set up on Bookmap, I can keyboard the hell out of things and nothing's going to happen. I've converted myself to trade with the mouse because I believe that with Bookmap particularly, much more accurate and faster trade placement with a mouse in this column. And this is a dangerous column because if you click anywhere over here by accident, you're in a trade whether you meant to be or not, or have a position, an order in there. So that's really a big caution. Back to the setup now. The next thing I need to do is activate multi-brackets, which is where my risk-neutral methodology is input into the system or applied. The first thing you need to do with multi-brackets is decide on a package size. And for the risk-neutral package, the smallest size is 2 contracts. And you'll see why in a minute. And then you need to decide on a stop loss for the entire package. And that's something that should definitely have been decided long before this moment. Should have been last night, whatever, way away from the live market. And the first requirement, in my opinion, is the account risk tolerance. Especially if you're trading with a prop firm or something, you daily loss limit, all that kind of stuff. In my case, I'm trading with a live account, so it's my money. I'm pretty conscious of that myself. Also, the next thing is, what instrument are you trading? What is your margin requirements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Once you've evolved, once you have established that stuff and are at this point in the live market where you're before it usually, and you're entering the package, you have the stops and you have the package size. The first risk neutral trade target is automatic. It's for half of the package, and it's for the same number of stops or ticks positively as the stop loss is negative. Once this is achieved, you're risk neutral. The worst you can possibly do in the trade is scratch. Unless you're a donut and you move your stop away from entry, then you got a lot bigger problems than I'm going to address here. The next is the runner. You can do any gazillion different ideas you want to do. How, you know, your imagination's the limit, and more importantly, I hope you've started out from a point of view of account risk. So anyway, there's that. Now I have selected a package. I've selected the way I'm going to interact with the system. Notice that there's these trade parameters here, and I have the same ones across the top. So I don't need any of the other trade control panel tools anymore. I can click this button again. It will stay green and stay unlocked because I've selected both to trade, you know, interact. I get the real estate back. I also get cancel all and close all. So there we go. Now, if need arose, I could actually trade with Bookmap using the mouse. And I wasn't even remotely worried about having that in place because, again, the trades that I have vetted are the initial balance trades, and it's not a thing until 9:30. And today, I'm not sure if it's ever going to be a thing, to be honest with you. Okay, back to the... Well, we're at the initial balance high. Ooh, we going to close the gap, you suppose? Wouldn't that be something, huh? I guess people are, maybe they have come forth with, well, okay, never mind, we're not going to do the Fed thing. Let's have a look. It doesn't rule on tariffs today. Yep. There we go. So there you have it, boys and girls. Guess why the market's going up? What a bunch of crap. Jesus, you know. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Okay, so that's off the table, and now they're getting back to maybe getting rid of some of this big gap down, which I suppose was driven in part by that potential POTUS or SCOUS or whatever the hell it's called. Well, we took out a naked volume point of control from the 2nd of somewhere. The 2nd of January. Okay. What am I mean by all of that stuff? Well, I've got a little gizmo right over here. I can just click this naked volume points of control. And there they are. So you see right here is today. You see where we just took out the 2nd. You notice watch down here. Oh, I've got the wrong one selected. Sorry about that. Ooh, let's see something there. There we go. 2nd of January, 16. You see that? These are naked volume points of control. And to be honest with you, I think tracking them back forever is stupid. Stop and think about this. This is a question I always wonder about. You know, even if you, well, we're day traders. I'm a day trader. Means I'm flat every night. So I am not holding any positions longer than an intraday. Say you're a swing trader. You're going to, how long back are you going to be holding something and, you know, with stops above naked volume point of control or whatever? You know, there's all those different ways that people talk about that. I just don't know how far back any of those values are meaningful, even for the higher time frame. This is my workflow for values or levels that have been revisited. I changed the text to black. Now I know. Well, so that's off the table. Okay. And we're going to have the initial balance statistic set in 10 seconds. And what you ask is that. Okay. Remember the definition. The initial balance, high or low, is nothing or nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. What does that mean by definition? Right now, this is not going to go any higher and this is not going to go any lower. And if price comes through this initial balance high, it will have satisfied the initial balance statistic, which it just did right there. The initial balance statistic is right here. The most probable statistic to achieve every day, looking backwards over 1,659 days, or a lot more than that if you want to, is the initial balance high or low. Today, it was 98% probability that we would take that out, one of those out. What does that mean? It means that at some point between 9:30 and 1600, price will revisit the IB high or the IB low. Period. That's all it means. And that is the statistic. So we have now taken that statistic out in terms of the initial balance itself. That does not qualify as in my world for trading. Now, you see that we have the pullback zones and continuation zones surrounding the initial balance high. And if we look over on Bookmap, you're going to see that they're pushed across over there. You can see that I've been desperately trying to figure out ways to quantify or further identify so that I can always be sure I'm on the side of context. That's what these things are for. And I can turn that off to get rid of those. I thought, yeah, there we go. So where are we now? Well, we've got an A. So we have an A signal so far. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means I don't want that to be the case. So Oh, come on now. So here we have today's trade. You see the zones are starting to pull through here. We have an this trading system has 3 rules. I know it's not very imaginative, but I call them A, B, and trigger. And I believe in the fact that the more simple I can keep it, the better it might work for me. So what have we got going on now? I've got to get this opened up a little bit more. It's not wanting to keep up here. You see, we keep getting 15 millisecond lags over here and whatever else it is. There we go. So there's a B now. We have an A and a B. If we come down to this trigger, that would initiate a long, which is would be a signal, right? And I would take that trade automatically on Bookmap. Let me point out that this is simulated. So this is live signals. I mean, let me start over. This is the my trading system for the initial balance trades. This is live data. This is sent to this chart so that if it takes a trade, it will be reflected over here. This is simulated within IRT on purpose. I don't want IRT taking trades on my live dollar account over here in Bookmap. So now I've got to push these out and be vigilant if I'm going to take a trade should it present itself. And the way that would happen, fortunately, it has not yet. Unfortunately, I should say. So here was the A signal. And this is the initial balance, right? A signal. There's the B. That's a continuation zone right there. And the trigger's right here. So down to the trigger, and then it's along. And I will take it mechanically, whether I really want to or not. And you see that big spike over here is when the news came out that there's no POTUS or whatever his name is, Supreme Court decision. And we haven't gotten this trigger yet. We don't have a trade from the system. And ooh, did we just get a trigger there? Close, but no cigar. We need to get down here to the trigger for a long. This actually was, and I missed it, busy talking. Now I would be risk neutral and looking for higher ground. Damn it. Damn it, Janet. And that bar is right here. It's just, I got to come up with a better way of doing this, a more definite way of doing this, focusing on the system or the something. Damn it. Really irritating. Now, here was a trigger. This would be risk neutral scale and looking for higher ground. Damn. I don't know what to say. My problem with these situations is now we've got a double top, right? My problem with these situations is I start questioning whether that's a valid, whether it's going to be valid anymore. Now look at what's happening here now. So there's T1 in, whoa. Well, I just lost RT here somehow. Son of a bitch. I don't know what's going on with that, but I don't like that very much at all. Well, that's twice that's happened. I must have something going wrong with my system. IRT just crashed. So there's risk neutral scale. Yeah. Now I have something going on here, which I've been trying to work on, and that is not having not having IRT fall on its head. That's bringing my stop to break even on T1, and that is a definite. That's been proven out in my backtesting. And there's the stop. And it's kind of frustrating, but on the other hand, I have to trust the data and the backtesting. And now I have to try to figure out if all this stuff is going right with IRT or what the hell's up. Now, had I not taken the stop up, you see, I'd be pretty excited about this. But my backtest data shows this is the opportune, most profitable over the long run methodology, and I don't know I don't know what to do about it. You know, I have to rely on the data and the statistics. That's the whole point. Probabilities. What this does is shoots the R multiple in the head and whatnot. But on the other hand, I'll show you the data and the statistics about this in a little bit. Oh, look at this go. Yeah. I don't know what's happening over here, but this doesn't look right. Is it? Does it? I don't know what to think about it. Oh, and there we go. Well, I wish I were on that. Wouldn't that be great? What happened with, well, nothing. Now this will be all screwed up, as you can see. Yeah, all of the flags have been reset and are not right. It is still thinks it's in a trade, which is going to be a real mess now. It thinks it's in that long. Oh, no, it thinks it's scratched. Okay, so that's good. So now all these, what happens is, you know, obviously I don't expect IRT to crash. So these flags are very important to the system in terms of sequencing the rules. So I'm going to have to be really cautious going forward here about what I think is signals I think are happening. Okay, now let's get back to over here. I've had a couple of instances where I hear that FAMs kick up like it's doing a bunch of thinking, and then all of a sudden IRT dies. So I got to figure out what's going on with that. It's definitely not good. But I conveniently, I took the trade and so did IRT over here. So that's okay. I think we're aligned again. Now, this would be the short, which would be a continuation into here for the B and then trigger, right? Because when it fires an A, which, because it crashed, the signal markers are gone. I know what's going on with the flags, so, yeah, there you go. It is a long way from a perfect idea, but it's the way I backtest. This is the backtested system. That's the purpose of it all. And what I'm doing now is forward testing this by sending this to the chart in the simulator within IRT, live data from my AMP account, and then I manually, which you just watched, take the trade over here. And there we go. Now, the reason I am doing this T1 to break and trail into break even is specifically because of a back test, which I can show you here in a couple of minutes, maybe not. Have you been good? Okay, it's time for some Moki too, I think, isn't it? Let's do some music of some variety here. Okay. One of these days, I've got to actually listen to this stuff myself. As I've probably said this before, but I don't have I don't have any speakers in here, so if I want to hear this stuff, I need to listen to it with a headset on. So if music sounds terrible or whatever, just drop something in the chat. Well, financial use. Trade representative, this guy won't shut up. Okay. Well, there's a B. So we've now had a B signal. If you know, oh, it went away though, because it didn't close right. That B's got to get down. That'll be it. The close has got to be above. I'm sorry. The close has got to be below the open in order to have this stick. Now it is. So when we come up here and take this signal, it would be a short. So let's go back over here and look for a signal in the short. And I'm not even remotely saying this is going to be a good idea, because look at what we're doing here. And you would think that they're going to get around to doing something with this. So this market. Now, something I can do, which I have not streamed about yet, is Execution Pro has got some interesting ability. I'm a little bit hesitant to put that on until because I keep missing these frickin' targets, or these triggers. All right, Execution Pro, let's try that one for a second. Now, what this thing does is a bunch of different stuff. It can do many things here. All of this different stuff. What I'm doing here is going to set this to break even, and I can also set up a trail. There we go. And I'm going to go with that and activate it. So what that means now, if I enter a trade and we get to break even, like right here on T1, this comes to break even. Nothing to see here, folks. Okay. So why am I not in that trade? Because we got the B signal here and we didn't get a trigger. We're coming up to the trigger now, which I don't like because we got a double bottom over here, a tweezer, schmeezer, whatever you want to call them. So let's see what happens. So I got everything on the right stuff. I think so. We're getting dangerously close to the range requirement here. Developing value area low, previous RTH low. Oh, there we go. I had this one off. No, actually, I did not. That's the previous RTH low from the... No, that's from the 20th. Never mind. That's already done, so we're going to take that one out of here. Have to be careful because I want to be sure that I'm not getting confused with... Make sure that these restarts and that big hiccup, you see what it did right there? Day. Gotta scrub that data. That restart didn't help me out. There we go. Okay, let's go. What are we doing now? The scrub. Oh, not showing you this. The scrub, the crash didn't help. There we go. And these will be wrong now in the both of them. And it's moved away from my trigger, so that's disappointing, but you know, welcome to trading. Have a nice day. What is this? What's going on here? And 19, yep. Why is this not working? Always something. Oh, and it's gone back to 1700. Holy smokes. I didn't even notice that. You see what's happened? It's gone back to the RTH session. Yeah. So much fun. When IRT crashes, I have to get my shit together in a hurry. So that should be all right now. Did this come back? Yeah, see, this one stayed at RTH. Okay. All right. Charting fun. Oh, I'm disappointed I didn't get that. I'm disappointed I didn't get the trigger. Darn it. That would have been lovely. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? Really mean? I guess I'm back to normal now. Let's check. Yeah. So this was a, there was the B. Would have been lovely to have this zoom up here and catch that short and then, you know, or that trigger and then go down. That's called the joy of trading, the magic of trading. That's referred to by Tom often. Oh, damn. Did I get a signal and didn't take it? Man, I tell you, I walk away to give my daughter a glass of water, and shows you what happens. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, man. Well, he who hesitates is lost. That sucks. Oh, wow, that really sucks. I swear to God. I can stand here for hours and days on end, and I go do something like wake Tam up or something and walk back, and exactly what I was looking for happened. It's just amazing. Amazing. These are the things that feed Monkey Boy. And I make a point of not reacting quickly until I've assessed the situation, especially when I walked out and come back in the office. Right here, Pretty darn disappointing there. But it is what it is. And now I have to really think about this. What are we doing? Let's see the big picture here. There was a missed opportunity. This has to be based on somebody said something. This is some sort of news drama right here, or speaker or something. And yeah, I'd have been a pretty clever Trevor if I'd have grabbed a short right there, huh? There's 10 points, close to. Damn. I stand here from probably 5:45 till 8 or 21 or 200 every day, and the minute I walk away to go do something, what I was watching for happens. It's amazing. But at least I have some comfort in knowing that the basic premise is working out and continues to do so. Why didn't I click right there, huh? Because I had just walked in there, and I don't do that. Trade plan. Boom. 50. 6. There's 10 points. There's two targets. Jesus. It's disappointing. Disappointing. And you never know what this is all about either. It's kind of 3-bar reversal-y looking there. No idea what this is. They're up to here. And in those situations, I step back and watch. There's trade 1. There's the missed trade 2. Would have been almost to T1. Now what they're up to, I don't have any idea. Except that it doesn't look safe. It looks like they're kind of all over the board. Now the system took this one and scratch, and this one and scratch. We'll see what happens now. Again, ooh, what is that? I don't want to do that. Come on, RT. Wake up, baby girl. There you go. This POTUS, or not POTUS, but Supreme Court stuff. Is pretty disappointing to me. Now, what could happen or fire is because we have an A here that hasn't been triggered, right? It's a B, and then a trigger, and then up, which not so sure how I would feel about that. But, and here's the new A to the downside now, right here so far. If they get a squeeze going, it could be it could be epic. Something's going on that I don't know about. That's a continuation zone. Continuation. For an IB continuation trade, they need to get back down to the trigger. For that to materialize. I'm just not of the opinion that there's going to be any kind of follow through or not that they're giving that anybody's asking or cares about my opinion, but I couldn't tell you. Well, see, that's one of the reasons I have Blue Boy on the job over here. Well, what is context? I have no... It's kind of up, I guess. It's sort of going north. Except for this kind of thing here. What is this story all about? Don't know. E2 in the game. Well, both of us picked the same one, but the system and me, so that might mean something. I just don't have any feeling for why this is doing anything today, frankly. I'm trying to take the system's signals as they come, but not necessarily warm and fuzzy about it. Put a squeeze on this thing and let's get going up here. Let's go close the gap. That'd be fun. I don't really think that. I think this is just retail soup that they're after myself. There's a stop. E2. To the tick, of course. That's always exciting. I don't know what this thing is even doing now. And now we have another B, it says. Short. And you don't see a trigger there, though. I don't know what to think. This looks kind of to me like just retail soup. Maybe a good time to stay away. I don't know. Yeah, this looks pretty spooky right here, doesn't it? Finally a trigger. And no trade yet. Yeah, VPOC migration. There's a old standard, old standby. Well, now what are they going to do? My old favorite, the VPOC migration here. Well, I'm out of the trade area now. The system got four. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 2. And yeah. And I'm sure there's somebody somewhere there that's making money, and I'm happy for them. Where is this going now? IRT is quite behind. There we go. Just jumped through there. And there's no, yeah, there is a lag. Never mind. Never mind. So here would be a price check at L3, huh? Now, ooh, more VPOC migration north. Ooh, baby. You're going to the moon, Alice. Going to the moon. Or maybe not. They went to moon back. So it looks to me like a chop fest here again. Must be 10:30. Tom time. What do we do? What do we do? Okay, here we have an A. Now, what are we going to get? I'd hope for a B to the top, because my initial feeling is that this is going to continue into the gap. But that wasn't the case either here or here, so what can I say? What am I talking about? Right over here. What I'm looking for here is into the continuation zone, pull back, and away we go. Here, neither one of them worked. The only really good one would have been a short out of here. So that's what I get for being well, I didn't. It wasn't a matter of trade what I saw instead of what I thought. It's a matter of because that didn't exist. But now there's going to be a B right here, perhaps. Not yet, but close. And then maybe a trigger and downside. I don't know. Whatever it is, I'll take it and see what happens. I do think at some point the damn thing is going to go up, because that's where well, that's what the context is until you look at the context from 930 is just rotational completely. You know, these start plotting at 930, so, and it didn't get into the B zone. So, yeah, so complicated. According to this, it did. I don't see the B, but according to this over here, it's down there. Now, this is a problem where I have a big issue on range requirement. I need to have an unobstructed path from the entry to the first obstacle, and this is about the biggest obstacle you're going to get right there. So I'm not all warm and fuzzy about that one. The system did get short, and it's going to get stopped here for too long, I think. Yeah, I'm not going to take a trade so within a tick or two of the IB low, of the VPOC, sorry. That's another one I need. That's another filter. Doesn't happen very often, but that's a filter that I need to get put in here. Now we're going to have another perhaps B up here. Could be kind of an issue, however. Yeah, there would be the B. So we'll see what we get there. Oh, that's a bad entry. See that? Look at that entry. The stop just above the POC. That's got to be not a good thing. And stop. That's it for me, I think. It's just a top zone here, and I don't think it's makes any sense. To me, for me anyway. And what they're doing with this one is just rotating around this fractal here, you know, outside in, outside in. Or distribution, or whatever you want to call it. So 3 longs in a row, and 3 longs went nowhere. So that's, you know, there you go. Disappointing, but that's the way it is. These kind of days are real blender fest, I think. And there's some other setups now. Like here's one Antonio recognizes. VWAP or mid to the VPOC. You know, that's in other words, prices come down and check this again. Is this still too low? Is it going to go back up there? These are all things, all TLab based setups. Look, that'd be 19 points. I'm not sure if that's, it looked like it's working right. Good day to stay out, huh? Good. I should have stayed home. Oh, wait a minute. I am home. Should have stayed in bed. Okay. In a normal world, my conventional wisdom would not be to trade today. After a holiday, the beginning of Davos, all this political potential political risk afoot, you know. I am, for the sake of the stream and for the just keep sticking to with, you know, sticking with what I said, keeping my word, I will take the trades as they present themselves based on the setups for the initial balance. But it, in a perfect world, it's would probably not. I would probably only be watching. That's, I realize that sounds pretty vague, but interesting. Look how close each one of these signals were. There's a T2 for all of them. One T1 hit. Scratch, stop, stop. Not good. And in the bigger picture, what's this profile look like? It's rotational, isn't it? Now, what's happened to it is that it was rotational down here, and then they broke through it, and now they've been rotating the top side. But each of these trades taken has been on the signal along. That's, would be more in of a anticipated trade in a directional market rather than what we've got. So I don't know how to get around that. That's why I'm trying to figure out a way to or identify somewhat of a substantial filter, context filter, to keep the trades in the direction of context. Now, each one of these has been in the direction of context, essentially, considering this market. If you want to be specific about it, here's the open, and it's trading up, right? Higher highs and higher lows, pretty much. So, yeah, it's the joy of trading, I guess. So I don't feel bad in that I've taken trades counter plan or counter trend, and I've taken them only on signals. So, there's not much I can do about that. I'm going to get another one again now. Have to stop and think long and hard about whether I'm going to try to do this one again. And I'm not saying I have an opportunity to do that even now, but here, as we approach the IB high again, is where the signals start to come in again. Right now, all the flags are flat. So we've had a trade both directions, and they have there's no more positions on, and those flags are all re-zeroed. So if we came up through here, we would get a test. We would get that. Now, what's this all about? Who knows? But the way we were going was up here for another initial balance when we would have the A's, and then we would be looking for either a long, a B, or a B. Like here, and then a trigger. Now it's, just popped up to that POC and then fell out of bed. Go figure. I think this is a classic example of just them trading the hell out of it and grinding up retail. I think. And I'm not a rearview mirror guy, so I'm not going to tell you all the wonderful opportunities that I saw. And you can obviously tell what I have taken and what I have not, because it's all right here in live and direct. Live in real time. Scratch, well, T1 to break even. Scratch, stop. Both on structured, vetted trade setups. So, IB, B, trigger, boom. IB, B, trigger, boom. And in a little bit here, I guess, around 11-ish, take a look at the statistics for why I've been doing that. I go through the backtesting and the statistics and stuff every day at 1400 in case that helps. But just for some background as to why these trades are all being triggered and the system has taken them as well. Just to re-emphasize, this is not a matter of FOMO or, undisciplined trading. I am only taking specifically those trades which have been signaled and taken by my vetted initial balance setups. So it's just happened. What can I tell you? And of course, it's really important to remember that past performance is not indicative of future results. The only thing, but all you can lean on, or in my opinion, all you can lean on are statistics. And you do that by capturing a statistically significant data set of that specific setup and rules. And then hang your hat on there and go. What else you got? What else is there? Whipping and spurring and, discretionary stuff I don't think pays off so well long term. But maybe I'm wrong. And now we got a zipper going on here. What does this look like? Looks like exactly what it is, a chop fest. Hey, Richard. I hope things are well on your end. I guess you're probably aware of a whole lot of crazy going on over here. Been kind of an interesting morning. I've had 3 signals, 1 scratch and 2 stops. I'm not sure which is which is worse, to stand here for days at a time with no signals, or to get something like this. Now, I've only taken the longs. There has been no short signal to me here. And if you squint, it looks to me like it's in alignment with context, because it's, we opened down here and we're trading up. So, well, it is what it is anyway. I don't have a, I'm going to take the signal as the system has provided. I've implemented as per the backtesting and statistics of the last few days. At T1, scale to break even or to entry, which is, one of the strategy that produces the highest yield in terms of gross profit, win rate, consecutive winners against consecutive losers over 500 and basically 500 trading days, roughly 1,000 and change trades. So what can you do? I guess we opened gap down to about 70 handles, 60. Best viewed over here, I guess. These were up in the 1.4s, 1.5 negatives, so there was not really close to a circuit breaker, but at least worth refreshing my memory. Which, by the way, is right there. Those are the circuit breaker rules for the ES. Now, this is one of those, just to Google whatever that thing is, chat something of that AI crap. I should actually go to the CME and be proper about it, but I was in a hurry this morning. So yeah. I saw a pretty funny news thing somewhere, but I'm not sure that it's nowadays. I don't know how to tell, you know, real from otherwise. Actually, pretty tough, I think. But it was funny anyway. Where the hell am I? What the hell that could have been? Big nothing going on here now. The blender, they've got the blender fired up firing on all cylinders, baby. I wish the hell I could find that. A news thing, damn it. I could have sworn it was on Financial Juice because it was one of those red highlighted things like so often they have, but I can't find it again, so never mind. I guess you know, Richard, the Supreme Court punted again on the tariff story. They're going to give them as much time as they can to come up with an alternate plan before they make a decision, I guess. Now it's going to be in February sometime. They're just doing best they can to help out, help the admin. Give them as much time as possible. Well, what is that one? So I hope it was a good long weekend wherever y'all are. It was, well, it wasn't a long weekend for you guys, I guess. Trading wise, it was. And of course, there was that group of hardcore addicts that can't stay away from clicking that mouse that were over here trying it yesterday morning. Yeah, no kidding. Imagine the supply chain, and trying to make any kind of a plan, or the big retailers or anybody using any kind, that kind of stuff, depending on how they're adjusting their inventories and their supplies going forward. I mean, it is truly amazing to me how they have. What's amazing to me, kind of, to be frank about it, is how quickly they unravel everything. You know, it's only been a year. I mean, that's pretty breathtaking. But this time around, they did a little different technique, you know. On Trump 1.0, there were still, they still respected the rule of law and the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and they had people in the cabinet that were more or less guardrails, you know, people that had government experience and stuff like that, and he learned that lesson. So this time around, he just has got a complete gaggle of goofy ones, I'll tell you. Somebody said it funny, I don't remember who, some commentator, certainly not me, that if you hire clowns, expect a circus. And boy, I guess that's what we've got. The problem is, you know, it's the economy of the country and the knock-on effect to the economies of the world. It's not funny. If it were in any other context, it would just be it would be a joke, much as it was before. You know, with like how many, who do you know that what successful businessman's gone bankrupt 13 times and been convicted of this crime and that crime and something else, and who goes broke in a casino? You know, that kind of thing was just a joke, but because it wasn't impacting anybody but that small circle of people. This is a whole different deal. Yeah, I suppose every third ice cube is being sent to the yeah, or something. Jesus. I don't know where it was. I saw something today. I wish the hell I could find it, but you know, you've heard about this peace board that he's going to set up, right? In other words, he's going to try to create his own version of the UN, where he is the administrator and the head guy, and then he's got Jared Kushner and a couple of other, you know, others. Oh, Rubio and Tony Blair, I think. But the requirement, if you want a permanent seat on this thing, is that your country pays $1 billion into the fund, which he controls. And Macron said he wasn't interested in that. Thanks for the invitation, but he wasn't interested in it. And so Trump said, well, he's going to apply a 200% tariff on French wine until Macron joins that peace board. So I shouldn't be standing here. I should be scooting down to Specs and loading up on Puy Fusset or something, because hell, who knows? And I can't find the damn thing. It was a red thing, you know, and a picture of both of them. It looked to me like I could swear it was in Financial Juice, but I have noticed that sometimes in Financial Juice, they take stuff away. Maybe they realized it was fake news or something. I don't know. But I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, well, that's just like some kind of, you know, neighborhood street hood shit. That's the craziest stuff I ever saw. Well, I don't guess I'm going to get anywhere today. it's up and I'm down 36 ticks. That's not good. I liked it. I'd like to not be there. I should I don't know if I have to put some sort of parameters on this commitment to always take signal trades or not, because if I, you know, like some of these, I thought, well, this doesn't look like a very likely possibility. But because I said I would do that, I've given my word to that, commitment to that, I do. But it's kind of frustrating, you know. This second one, yeah, no problem. Okay, so we tried it, pulled back, we try it again. But the third thing, come on. But that's discretion, and the minute you let discretion in, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's like he's just okay. I don't know. Is Idi Amin still alive? Maybe he'd be up for it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. And all these guys, the peace board of Gaza, you know, like those poor people haven't suffered enough. They got to have this screaming bunch of whatever's in there. And even Israel's pissed. So I don't get it. You know, I don't know if he dreams this stuff up on his own and then just blurts it out, or whether. I do know that when this big thing about, you know, with that goofy Fox News alcoholic hose bag brought charges against Jerome Powell and the Fed. That was prompted by Trump had a meeting. He had all the top federal prosecutors called into a meeting, and he just, private meeting, berated them about he following up on his vindication and his revenge things, that they should have top priority when he tells them who to do and all this. And then come to, you know, magically the next week, he comes out with this stuff on Powell, or, you know, takes it to the next level, and with the subpoenas and stuff. But apparently some of this stuff does happen without the knowledge of the wider circle, because when that thing about Powell broke, Bassett called Trump immediately and said, this is a disaster. This is going to completely derail our plans for the Fed, on and on and on. And so, you know, and I don't have much use for Bassett at all, but apparently things are happening that even the cabinet people don't know about, which is even stranger, I think. And of course, who the hell knows, you know, how do you know what to believe? I use ground news and now only, pretty much, because I think they verify some sources, I think. Well, here we are. all dressed up, no place to go. I suppose if you have a good vetted mean reversion setup, you could have gotten some trades out of this thing, I guess. It looks a little dicey to me, but of course, in you know, rearview mirror guru fashion, well, I knew that this was the long down here, and I knew this was the short, and of course, I didn't know either one of those things, but I'm on YouTube, eh? I'm gonna pretend I did. Tell everybody how I have a never lose again opening range trade. Works perfect, you know, 900% win rate. Easy. I suppose if I had, oh, well, I'm sure Elon Musk will probably be on that thing because he's got $1 billion he could give him. So, why not? He donated like 24 million or some goddamn thing or some damn thing to some, you know, redneck MAGA senator guy running in, I don't know, Carolina or someplace in a tie race. So how that ever became legal that a private citizen could buy, you know, policy, I don't know. There's a guy that has got a real problem. Well, pretty quick, we're going to get an IB low signal here if I'm not careful. Now, that would be a little bit hard to take. Right back to the open. Well, what did we do? Nothing. Yeah, here's that value in the ES, right? Think of all the money that's been won or lost this morning. And we are exactly where we started. It's all speculation. That's what the whole that's what these day sessions are all about as far as I'm concerned. Has nothing to do with value. And there's a bit of liquidity sitting down there, a couple hundred at the 70. It's sure shocking how these magic lines I've got here, how accurate they are. Look at that resistance, boy. Up here. There. Support. And support again. It's amazing. Truly accurate. I'm gonna have to call them Billinacci or something like that. You know, Boominacci. There you go. That's a Boominacci lines on there. There's just about as valid. Interesting to make a video, just a short video on YouTube, and make up some line of crap about that, and see what the uptake is. That would be pretty interesting. Problem is, it's liable to cause somebody some harm, some poor person that's trying to find the Holy Grail. It's kind of interesting. Oh, no, never mind. This is, just quickly, this darker, more muted yellow here is the full session volume profile. That's over here. Volume POC, sorry. And the bright one up here is the current RTH. I had myself tricked there for a minute. I was going, hey, what happened to the VPOC migration? And that's because this is RTH only. So there is no ETH anywhere, and that's up here right where it belongs. There we go. Now what are they gonna do? Well, now we've got an A on the bottom side. Well, they're gonna get a B and then a trigger here if they're not careful, or if I'm not careful. Doing some squats and curls. I'm all out of breath here. On neutral day on the IB, the possibility that's about 32 or 33%. Tells you this market is just floundering around. Been walking about 5 miles every day instead of doing a big bunch on Sunday like I used to do. It's amazing. I'd just do some squats here in the office and some curls and stuff, and I'll get actually out of breath. pretty pathetic. If they bust through and get that B and then get a trigger, what will I do? Who will I call? Trade busters. I don't know what I hope, to be honest with you. I don't know whether I hope they break it down or what they do with it. And maybe just stand aside. That might be the smartest move. They are right on that bottom, though. I'll tell you, if that thing breaks loose, there could be a whole lot of stops down there into the next micro composite from a while ago. But they can't seem to get below here, which is kind of worrying, because if they do break it, then it's going to plummet from all the stops that have been put down there. Not giving me a chance for the trigger. Well, there we go. Now, if they close that down there, that'll be a B. If it sticks down there. I'll see if that was too quick or not.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Oh boy, that's disappointing. That's the last trade for me today. To the tick. To the tick. Well, that sucks. And let's see what happens over here. What a difference entry makes, huh? It's so important, the impact of entry location and, in this case, stops, right? Trade outcome, I should say. Look at that. Not funny, haha, but you know. And these sellers right here just didn't quite have enough horsepower to get it down there one more time. show you the difference between a live trade and the real market and the fills as compared to the sim fills. Can make a difference. Excuse me. 12 o'clock. Are they going to reverse it? What are they going to do with it? Oh, I see. I missed that B in that entry. But I don't think I want to go long here. Well, I'm just standing here thinking the filter I've got to come up with is the context and which would essentially be also, filter out continuation trades. Because if you look at it, any one of these IB failures was a good trade. And the reason I am pretty stubborn about coming up with a codable filter is that's the only way I can implement it into the trading system and actually backtest it. Because when the system is backtesting, I set the backtest period and the parameters, and these are the rules. The computer evaluates every rule over every 1 minute bar for the entire amount of the backtest, and that's how you determine really a statistic, an edge, an expectancy, or not. So if I can't use some discretionary, well, I'll just put a flag that turns this off when when we're, like turns off the IBC trades when I believe it's rotational. That I could do that in real life, but that doesn't help in the purpose of backtesting and vetting the trades, which is the purpose for all this. Focus, focus. I don't know what happened to my voice, but I guess it'll come back around. Now I'm going to step away and get my eyes rested up a little bit. And essentially, I'm not going to take any more trades. The system will continue to go. My risk management plan is evolving around to do with 0 point, right? So for example, the last trade I took was a 2-point winner, was a 2 profit target winner. That's 75 ticks. Today I've taken 3 trades or 4 with a total of negative 62. So if I stop right here right now, I am continually taking 1 step ahead, albeit a baby step. But that's the goal, I think. And if I could figure out how to get the entries aligned as closely as the system does on IRT, I would be... so here's... Make sure these are... They don't look like they're calculating right to me. Scratch, stop, scratch. Yeah, it's about even. It's and then also just is this day worth even doing? Is this day worth trading? That's another one to think about. So I'm going to make sure I'm flat, no resting orders, and yeah, there we go. We'll see what happens. I'll be back in a flash. Okay. So this is a magic. Is this an upside down cup and something or another going on here? I really don't know what to think about a deal like this. Gonna have a B here in a minute. And then who knows about a trigger? There's a B. Or should be. Should be. Anyway.
The IB low is taken.
Yeah. Now is that a double bottom and a reversal and all that stuff? I have no idea. That's the problem with these continuation trades. They're like momentum trades, and I'm not was never good at that. I didn't get it. I didn't get the signal. That figures. And the system quite rightly took it and is now risk neutral scale. Damn it. I was waiting for it to tick the IB low, and I missed there by a tick. And it's liable to just fall out of bed and go for greatness. Son of a gun. What we got there? 200 at the 60s. What's the world look like over here? I don't imagine I will get another opportunity there. But they are. There's the system. Scratch. System. Trade. T1 means it's scratched, it's pulled up to here. And looking for lower. And probably going to get it. And there was my trigger right there. It's all about timing and, being right on it. Entry location is absolutely huge. Notice how this mouse pointer changes from an arrow to a dollar sign. Well, whenever you see that, be careful because you're inside an active trade zone with the mouse. That means I could click up here and be in big trouble. Boy, that's frustrating. Well, I'm not going to FOMO it, that's for damn sure. And that's what can happen frequently. Chasing, revenge trading, FOMO, all those beautiful attributes that Monkey Boy's so proud of. His family heritage. Monkey Boy's family heritage. I best have a glass of tea and think about this. Isn't that something? So there's, 4 or 5 handles. Well in the money. Well in the money. And I think I'm going to go outside and rest my eyes and back here in a few minutes. Nothing going to happen for me down here. The trade is already signaled and gone. System is having a wonderful time. I'd be real leery now about a pullback and an entry, especially with the full session VPOC chiming down there, and we continue to grind lower. This is a real good position to be in if you were in on the trigger that I did not catch. Right here. Right here, I'm sorry. Now you're scaled and risk neutral, and you can pull up here to a trail and follow it down. What I'll do is go follow my nose around the block and get some fresh air. Really disappointing though. Look at that damn, it'll crater. The minute you throw all your trades out the window and jump on a short, that's FOMO, that's everything wrong with that right there. So I will not do that, but I will recognize it. And I'll thank Monkey Boy for his contribution on the creative side. But I'm not going there. I use extreme caution. That's the press conference, and then Trump's on it too. So, boy, did I screw the pooch on that one. I'm missing that that entry. Damn. Well, if that's not perfect timing, I don't know what is. Or not. Huh. Fortunately, my system wasn't asleep. I was. Not good. Well, you think you could go away for 45 minutes or an hour and have the world come unhinged. But I guess not. And this is 30 handles too, by the way. Look at this. Jeez. Man, boy, that's disappointing. Well, boy, that's pretty disappointing. I gotta admit. So it's the world famous power hour, huh? Well, pretty amazing. Took this trade. Took a stop. Had to go out, leave the office. Jesus. A pretty dismal day for me all the way around. Pretty dismal day. I'm going to spend the afternoon here or the evening, I guess, focusing on this context idea. Some sort of filter I got to do. Something. I can't stand here and hemorrhage like this. These are all signal trades. No FOMO, no anything else. No making stuff up in space. But but the market had other ideas this evening or this afternoon, today, whatever. Well, anyway, what are you gonna do? I should have just stayed away today. What can I say? So that's what happened. The press briefing, including Trump, didn't go according to plan, I guess. From what I'm seeing on the news over here. Okay. Well, there we go. So the idea here is all of these trades are signal trades from this trade system, which I've developed, and I use this for backtesting. So these trades are not going to the market from IRT. As you see here, they're simulated within the IRT account because I don't want this trading to my live AMP account. I'm not sure about all the I don't have confidence in it to do that. I don't have confidence in my ability to set it up properly to trade live account. It should do so, but you know, it's my money. So I take these trades manually when this is signaled. And then I said to hell with it and went to lunch. And this is what happened. So yeah, anyway. So the way the backtest system works is real simple. These are the rules which validate an entry and then trade management for the two-lot risk neutral, essentially. A trade management system that I use that I put on every day in the pre-market and set up for Bookmap. To backtest this system, then I would just set it up for however many days I want to backtest. In this case, 500 days. That contract this instrument, two contracts and the futures session and the reports that I want. And then if I click backtest, the computer will go back 500 days and it will evaluate every one of these rules over every 1 minute candle or 1 minute period. It'll do whatever periodicity you set, but there you go. And then it will generate those reports. And there's no possible way I could do that by hand because there's nuances in every one of these signals. And in order to have an accurate, statistically significant backtest, each rule has got to be exact without any discretion and accurate. So I learned that this is the only way I can do it. And to backtest it is this difficult. Well, I'm irritated about that trade. There you go. 498 days, took 8 seconds. 223,289 1 minute candlesticks, 1 minute bars. $24,095 total or net profit. Not gross, net. I mean gross, not net. And winners, losers, 1,143 trades. So we have 774 winners, 219 losers. Average winners 34.77, losers 12.88. There's 37 winners in a row and 6 losers. This system is what I'm trading on here on the chart, and what I've traded live, where it trails to entry on T1. And I'll show you how that works. Then I take all of these values and input them into my spreadsheet, which makes it calculation a little more meaningful or a little more readable for me. Come on. Yeah, this is a a breakdown of every trade and the outcome. All 1,142 of them to the minute. Entry, exit, exit type, and the results. So you can go back and look at every trade if you want to. Now, having done that, I take that data and input it over here. And I didn't do anything over the weekend here, but these are the most recent. Now, this data is, this is all filtered out to compare these specific trades. This is real straightforward. You see that there's hundreds of them. Here, each line is a back test. Here is 21 days. This is December. This is this exact methodology for the 20 trading days of December. These are for 495 days. Great look back, and you see the number of trades. Wins, losses, average winner, average loss, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, R risk to reward ratio, profit factor, consecutive winners and losers, long, short, and gross. And you know, I keep going over here, and I can get all these other stats if I want to, Sharpe ratios, Latino, and standard deviation, etc. So this is why I'm trading today, this going forward, this exact setup. But of course, it doesn't take into consideration when I just get tired and disappointed, and rather than FOMO, want to go for a walk, rest my eyes, reset monkey boy, take the stop, and then this happens. And I'm not here to take that, which would have been a signal trade. And I can prove that because there's the trade, and there's the system to both targets. So instead of having this net loss of 62 ticks, it would be a net win, a net positive of not very many, but positive 17. Which is, you know, one step ahead and however many back. So that's pretty disappointing, but that's the way it works. And these are easy to read. You know, there's the instrument, periodicity, stop, T1, T2, package is always 2 contracts, the trail trigger, and the trail amount. So what this is this essentially when price is 12 ticks, advanced 12 ticks from the entry, that's the trigger, and it goes to break even or entry. And that produces the highest consecutive winners, the highest win rate, loss rate, expectancy, and gross over all of these hundreds of different back tests. That's where I'm at. And then, but you know, no matter how diligent you are, this happens. Real disappointing. So that's where the backtesting story is, and that's how I will continue to move forward. I have a system built into that to where I can scale. You know, it's a size up chart, a size up tool. This sizes up from micros to minis based on a specific target, predefined number of points or ticks. I always work in ticks, and everything about each trade. So I don't know any other more systematic and data-driven approach to it, but that's where I'm at. So if that can help anybody, and if anybody wants to, you know, it has Bookmap or IRT and wants to share me to share the charts and stuff, no problem. Also, I pushed the I share these session prices with a lot of people free. I start typically in a typical week, not this goofy holiday thing. I start typically Sunday night at 1700 and push through Friday night at 1600. And so if that would be helpful, I can subscribe and I'll be happy to hook you up. Also, I'm not in the YouTube or the streaming for, anything but the likes and subs, so I would appreciate it if it's interesting or whatever, please. That'd be great. Thumbs up, subscribe, lop something in the comments. And this is the magic of trading right there. There's a stop, and here we go. Something, yeah. And these are not random hurry, scurry, and blurry FOMO. These are signaled trades based on my trade setup that I've just got through talking about in the back test portion there. And I don't take trades that I have not back tested and vetted to have a expectancy and an edge. And if I last week I stood here Monday and Tuesday, no signals and no trades. And Wednesday missed an entry, just didn't get filled, didn't chase. I don't chase, I don't FOMO. And Thursday I got 2 points. Both went to pull both targets. Now today, 3 stops, 1 scratch and 3 stops, all signaled. And then was away and this happened. Incredible. And when something like, now that I've vetted the trades, when you are in the process of vetting a trade, just as with backtesting, you cannot change anything. You can't change profit targets, you can't trail up, you can't do anything. Otherwise, that data is not part of this, it cannot be part of this data set. Now that that's over, I can do that. So I can get down here. Let's say we entered at about the same spot. Get down here where T1 is out. Get down through here. Move T2 down, keep going ahead of, 2 known targets or 2 things that make sense, and you can trail the stop in the direction of the trade, never the other way. So trade comes down here, trail the stop up. This is rearview mirror, right? But you can see the point. You trail 2 pullbacks, and you'd still be in the trade. And up, 30 handles or more. Quite significant. So I will do the market wrap at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll wait for the market on close imbalance at 1450. All right, what else is going on here? Well, of course, the political world is geopolitical risk is off the map. This is the current trade, by the way. So this thing is going to keep banging lower. We're taking out naked volume points of control right, left, and center. If you notice, we just took out this one, which is from the 18th of December. And we've taken several up the way. This is the gap low, was the open. We never closed it, even remotely. And yeah, here you are. Here's how well this is going for those folks in DC, right there. All right. Wow. Truly unbelievable. All right, so let's do the recap. It should come as no surprise that we had a huge gap overnight. Wait a minute, didn't look right. Still got the wrong date in. So there's the gap. And it continues to sell. That's about all you can say. You know, they want to be arrogant and stuff. You know, they can, I guess. But I hope somebody responsible takes a hold of the wheel. That's one of the, at some point. So here we are. Here's today's session. There is there was Friday. And here's today. So we will have a very definite I would say very, very definite possibility to continue off. It could be the break of the market that everybody's been calling for such a long time. And not much to say about it. We sold off hard. We had all this craziness over the weekend and the holiday, and here we go. They don't like it. The market, the bond market, our partners, our allies, have given up, man. And, you know, it's, somebody better realize that. So let's see what we have to look forward to tomorrow. Here's those back tests. Remember that this is all my news sources. There are two, and they're both free. You can filter them any way you want. I'm sure you can pay for them, and that would tickle them to death. But I figure having free resources or stuff that anybody that listens to the stream here can partake in is a good thing. So here's tomorrow. This is investing.com. Free. Here's the economic caller. And he's going to be talking at 7:30, and pending home sales, construction spending. Now they're putting this one in, which is a bit surprising. It's been scheduled a long time in advance, apparently, because Davos. Typically, these kinds of things aren't picked up. They're typically the only kind of speaking or news conference that would be in here would be the FOMC, for example. These are typically economic calendar events known for years in advance. Non-farm payroll, first Friday of every month, 7:30 in the morning. You can set your watch by it. And except recently, with this recent closed down, shut down and stuff. Also, we're in earnings season, which it's important to remember. So we have risk at 7:30 in the morning for sure. We have earnings season, which is mostly still financials through Friday. We got Slumberjay on Friday. Nothing real earth-shaking Netflix, I guess, is pretty big, 401 billion. The other news source I use is, and again, free. You can filter it however you want. This is Financial Juice. This is the calendar feature, which I don't like as well. But typically, they pick up all these kinds of political risk that aren't usually captured in the investing.com. This new conference. Him speaking at 2:00. Now the Davos one is down here, and it's been, these two speeches have been planned in advance, sometime in advance. And on the right side over here, we have what is basically it's like a squawk box, so where they put this stuff up as it's happening, more or less real time. And you can see how well all of this stuff is, how well this stuff is playing out. And this is where we'll have the market on close and balance orders at 1450. So it's just a disappointing day, but hey, that's the magic of trading. And if I weren't so old and didn't get up so early, I guess I would have been still standing here and I'd have been short. And then I'd have been all happy about it. That's the magic of trading. There's a short, stopped at, what was this? 11:54. Here is a second one at 12:20. So at 12:20 was a second short right there. And there you are. Bob's your uncle. Down 64, 31. 33 points, not ticks, points. So yeah, magic. On that front, by the way, I'll put a note, but Tam has started college now, and it's a ways away from here, so Mondays and Wednesdays, I need to cut out of here about 9 o'clock in the morning. And I should be back by 10 to drive her to school, and then there's no more, input or interruption in the trading day or the stream, but that's going to be Monday and Wednesday unless we make another plan. So tomorrow that will be the case. And of course I'll mention it in the beginning of the stream, but quite disappointing, huh? Look at this damn thing. What to say? Well, nothing. That's what to say. Trading is trading. What are you doing? The hell was that all about? No, this isn't working. There's supposed to be a pane open right over here where I put these values, but I guess I'll have to just do it this way. So there are the trades for the day to the millisecond and the results and the whole shooting match. So, yeah. Disappointing but true. Huh? Live trading, my money, funded account. There you have it. I don't know, this is this. I don't know this because this is the net loss today. Even more disappointing. Well, that doesn't look good. Jesus Christ. I think my computer or my GPU may be taking a dump. Huh. I don't know what to do about that, frankly. I'll go like that. And then I'll go like that again and see what happens. Nothing. Well, there's that. There's this. Okay, this is what I was looking for. There was this window down here. No problem. I'll take that screen snap again. I'm crazy about stuff like this, but I want this to show the time. I can't do that. Okay, never mind. Wish I could get rid of this little gap right here. Anyway. Well, that's pretty magical. I don't know what this is all about, but I didn't take time to read what that error said quickly, to be honest with you. But it'll be in the stream, so I can pick it back up later when I review the stream. Really disappointing. Look at there. New all-time low. Huh. God, that's irritating. I don't chase. I don't FOMO. I don't do any of that stuff, but I can certainly bellyache about it a lot. I mean, I'd feel the same emotions, of course. But I recognize them and I don't act on them. Boy, that is really disappointing right there, I'll tell you. So how would that have worked? Well, price comes down through there's the A, into the pullback zone, up to the trigger zone. Bob's your uncle. Down you go. Am I making that up? Well, let's see. You see if I am. I don't think so. There we are. Now the A's and the B's and all that stuff are disappearing over here because why I don't know. The signal markers are not here. I'm gonna have to restart this machine tonight. I'll do that during the break. I can prove those signal markers were there. I think. Oh, I didn't take a snap. Bummer. Didn't think I needed to. So anyway, you get the point. There's a short to both targets. And of course you could have kept trailing it down, down, and down and be still on it as far as that goes. I have the overclocking on. Maybe I need to undo that. Well, I'll tell you, that is just an irritating day. You know, it's one thing to lose when you're doing everything you can right. It's another to just lose out of stupidity. Oh, look at here. Ah, yes. This is something that I forgot to point out. I forget to sometimes. Notice how there's no trades here anyplace. Shall we make a trade? Oh, wait a minute. We can't. You know why? The minute you move windows in Bookmap, change tabs, the trade control panel disappears. It disables itself, let's put it that way. Now, everything is back in business. That's something to remember. And we got 5 minutes before the market on close imbalance. Yeah, when this happens, it's just really frustrating. Right there. What time is that? 12:21. I had no sooner than just stepped in the shower, I think. Get refreshed for the afternoon. That is pretty darn incredible. So we're going to have this market on close and balance in about 3 minutes. I wonder, let me look at some, see this overload down here, this thing? It shows the ingest system is overloaded, recalculating stuff. Not sure how that can be the case. I've got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM, 12 gig my GPU, and and the only thing I know to do is update the CPU. Can't afford to update the GPU these days thanks to those AI morons. So we've got about a minute and a half here. Let's see what happens. $30 seconds. Let's see if we get any kind of a bump. I mean, I can't imagine what it would be, but or that it would matter much, but let's see. And there we go. Nothing burger. Pretty much. And there they are. Yeah, exactly. Nothing. 56 million sell side on 625 million sell side, 128 million sell side, 499 million sell side. Last week, these were 1.8 billion numbers. So, yeah, exactly nothing. A nothing burger. And that's understandable. It's been a holiday and Davos is firing up and, you know, people are foaming at the mouth and whenever you want. All right, so I am, that's about it here, I can tell you. I'm bummed out about this whole development myself. I hope I had the right window open here for the MOC imbalance. Yeah, very disappointing day for me. Absolutely. And back tomorrow, first day at the school run, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, really, I'm going to restart everything here and take a look at what that says on the stream. I didn't even read it, but something's not working out right there. Remember to get some exercise. You know, you are the most critical tool you've got in your trading office. Your eyes take in all this data and your brain processes it all for trading. So be well hydrated, be well rested. I guess I'm gonna have to rethink when I go for a walk and stuff. That also helps you with your, you know, we're competing against some of the most highly educated and extremely well-funded people in the world, and who come into work every day to take as much money off the market as they can, and we happen to be that market. So really important that you pay attention to that. Yeah, don't know. I have no clue how the rest of the week will pan out with all this craziness going on in Davos and Mr. Microphone, you know, having the stage a lot. I don't know. I'm going to be real skeptical. Remember that tomorrow is, they're starting off early tomorrow. Davos at 7:10, 7:30. Again with the Supreme Court opinion tomorrow. Oh, are you kidding me? That was the same crap this morning, and then they don't do it. Huh. There we are. So I'm going to shut this down at 1500 as I do every day. All the trades are live and fully accountable here on the stream. I stream to YouTube because these are stand-up desks, and I've been standing here since, 5:45 or something this morning, and it's I'm able to review the stream on any device with YouTube. Plus, it adds another layer of transparency and accountability, so that's another important reason, in my opinion. Three and a half minutes. minute and change. There we go. What's that mean? So this volume thing ends, okay. All right, there we are in 15 seconds. Have a great rest of your day. Remember to try to balance your life. Get some exercise, get your eyes a rest, get away from the screens. I promise you it'll be here tomorrow. If it isn't, well then it won't matter anyway. And there's 7 hours. That's good enough. So have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow at 0800.